farther to the front. 3. It has already been stated that half of the horse artillery should be held in reserve, that it may be rapidly moved to any required point. 50. For this purpose it should be placed upon the most open ground, whence it can move readily in every direction. I have already indicated the best positions for the heavy calibers. For the batteries, whatever may be their general distribution along the defensive line, should give their attention particularly to those points where the enemy would be most likely to approach, either on account of the facility or the advantage of so doing. The general of artillery should therefore know the decisive strategic and tactical points of the battlefield, as well as the topography of the whole space occupied. The distribution of the reserves of artillery will be regulated by these. 5. Artillery placed on level ground or ground sloping gently to the front is most favorably situated either for point-blank or ricochet firing. A converging fire is the best. 6. It should be borne in mind that the chief office of all artillery in battles is to overwhelm the enemy's troops, and not to reply to their batteries. It is, nevertheless, often useful to fire at the batteries, in order to attract their fire. A third of the disposable artillery may be assigned this duty, but 2/3 at least should be directed against the infantry and cavalry of the enemy. 7. If the enemy advance in deployed lines, the batteries should endeavor to cross their fire in order to strike the lines obliquely. If guns can be so placed as to enfilade a line of troops, a most powerful effect is produced. 8. When the enemy advance in columns, they may be battered in front. It is advantageous also to attack them obliquely, and especially in flank and reverse. The moral effect of a reverse fire upon a body of troops is inconceivable, and the best soldiers are generally put to flight by it. The fine movement of Neon Prietites at Bautzen was neutralized by a few pieces of Kleist's artillery, which took his columns in flank, checked them, and decided the marshal to deviate from the excellent direction he was pursuing. A few pieces of light artillery, thrown at all hazards upon the enemy's flank, may produce most important results, far overbalancing the risks run. 9. Batteries should always have supports of infantry or cavalry, and especially on their flanks. Cases may occur where the rule may be deviated from. Wagram is a very remarkable example of this. 10. It is very important that artillerists, when threatened by cavalry, preserve their coolness. They should fire first solid shot, next shells, and then grape, as long as possible. The infantry supports should, in such a case, form squares in the vicinity, to shelter the horses, and, when necessary, the cannoneers. When the infantry is drawn up behind the pieces, large squares of sufficient size to contain whatever they should cover are best, but when the infantry is on the flanks, smaller squares are better. Rocket batteries may also be very efficient in frightening the horses. 11. When infantry threatens artillery, the latter should continue its fire to the last moment, being careful not to commence firing too soon. The cannoneers can always be sheltered from an infantry attack if the battery is properly supported. This is a case for the cooperation of the three arms, for, if the enemy's infantry is thrown into confusion by the artillery, a combined attack upon it by cavalry and infantry will cause its destruction. 12. The proportions of artillery have varied in different wars. Napoleon conquered Italy in 1800 with 40 or 50 pieces, whilst in 1812 he invaded Russia with 1,000 pieces thoroughly equipped, and failed. These facts show that any fixed rule on the subject is inadmissible. Usually 3 pieces to 1,000 combatants are allowed, but this allowance will depend on circumstances. The relative proportions of heavy and light artillery vary also between wide limits. It is a great mistake to have too much heavy artillery, whose mobility must be much less than that of the lighter calibers. A remarkable proof of the great importance of having a strong artillery armament was given by Napoleon after the Battle of Eylau. The great havoc occasioned among his troops by the numerous guns of the Russians opened his eyes to the necessity of increasing his own. With wonderful vigor, he set all the Prussian arsenals to work, those along the Rhine, and even at Metz, to increase the number of his pieces, and to cast new ones in order to enable him to use the munitions previously captured. In 3 months he doubled the materiel and personnel of his artillery, at a distance of 1,000 miles from his own frontiers, a feat without a parallel in the annals of war. 13. One of the surest means of using the artillery to the best advantage is to place in command of it a general who is at once a good strategist and tactician. This chief should be authorized to dispose not only of the reserve artillery, but also of half the pieces attached to the different corps or divisions of the army. He should also consult with the commanding general as to the moment and place of concentration of the mass of his artillery in order to contribute most to a successful issue of the day, and he should never take the responsibility of thus massing his artillery without previous orders from the commanding general. Footnotes: 50. Greater mobility is now given to foot artillery by mounting the men on the boxes. Article Slati of the combined use of the three arms. To conclude this summary in a proper manner, I ought to treat of the combined use of the three arms, but I am restrained from so doing by considering the great variety of points necessary to be touched upon if I should attempt to go into an examination of all the detailed operations that would arise in the application of the general rules laid down for each of the arms. Several authors, chiefly German, have treated this subject very extensively, and their labors are valuable principally because they consist mainly of citations of numerous examples taken from the actual minor engagements of the later wars. These examples must indeed take the place of rules, since experience has shown that fixed rules on the subject cannot be laid down. It seems a waste of breath to say that the commander of a body of troops composed of the three arms should employ them so that they will give mutual support and assistance, but, after all, this is the only fundamental rule that can be established, for the attempt to prescribe for such a commander a special course of conduct in every case that may arise, when these cases may be infinitely varied, would involve him in an inextricable labyrinth of instructions. As the object and limits of this summary do not allow me to enter upon the consideration of such details, I can only refer my readers to the best works which do treat of them. I have said all I can properly say when I advise that the different arms be posted in conformity with the character of the ground, according to the object in view and the supposed designs of the enemy, and that they be used simultaneously in the manner best suited to them, care being taken to enable them to afford mutual support. A careful study of the events of previous wars, and especially experience in the operations of war, will give an officer correct ideas on these points, and the ability to use, at the right time and place, his knowledge of the properties of the three arms, either single or combined. Conclusion. I am constrained to recapitulate the principal facts which may be regarded as fundamental in war. War in its ensemble is not a science, but an art. Strategy, particularly, may indeed be regulated by fixed laws resembling those of the positive sciences, but this is not true of war viewed as a whole. Among other things, combats may be mentioned as often being quite independent of scientific combinations, and they may become essentially dramatic, personal qualities and inspirations, and 1,000 other things frequently being the controlling elements. The passions which agitate the masses that are brought into collision, the warlike qualities of these masses, the energy and talent of their commanders, the spirit, more or less martial, of nations and epochs. 51. In a word, everything that can be called the poetry and metaphysics of war will have a permanent influence on its results. Shall I be understood as saying that there are no such things as tactical rules, and that no theory of tactics can be useful? What military man of intelligence would be guilty of such an absurdity? Are we to imagine that Eugene and Marlborough triumphed simply by inspiration or by the superior courage and discipline of their battalions? Or do we find in the events of Turin, Blenheim, and Ramillies maneuvers resembling those seen at Talavera, Waterloo, Jena, or Austerlitz, which were the causes of the victory in each case? When the application of a rule and the consequent maneuver have procured victory 100 times for skillful generals, and always have in their favor the great probability of leading to success, shall their occasional failure be a sufficient reason for entirely denying their value and for distrusting the effect of the study of the art? Shall a theory be pronounced absurd because it has only 3/4 of the whole number of chances of success in its favor? The morale of an army and its chief officers has an influence upon the fate of a war, and this seems to be due to a certain physical effect produced by the moral cause. For example, the impetuous attack upon a hostile line of 20,000 brave men whose feelings are thoroughly enlisted in their cause will produce a much more powerful effect than the attack of 40,000 demoralized or apathetic men upon the same point. Strategy, as has already been explained, is the art of bringing the greatest part of the forces of an army upon the important point of the theater of war or of the zone of operations. Tactics is the art of using these masses at the points to which they shall have been conducted by well-arranged marches, that is to say, the art of making them act at the decisive moment and at the decisive point of the field of battle. When troops are thinking more of flight than of fight, they can no longer be termed active masses in the sense in which I use the term. A general thoroughly instructed in the theory of war, but not possessed of military coup d'oeil, coolness, and skill, may make an excellent strategic plan and be entirely unable to apply the rules of tactics in presence of an enemy. His projects will not be successfully carried out, and his defeat will be probable. If he be a man of character, he will be able to diminish the evil results of his failure, but if he lose his wits he will lose his army. The same general may, on the other hand, be at once a good tactician and strategist, and have made all the arrangements for gaining a victory that his means will permit. In this case, if he be only moderately seconded by his troops and subordinate officers, he will probably gain a decided victory. If, however, his troops have neither discipline nor courage, and his subordinate officers envy and deceive him, 52 he will undoubtedly see his fine hopes fade away, and his admirable combinations can only have the effect of diminishing the disasters of an almost unavoidable defeat. No system of tactics can lead to victory when the morale of an army is bad, and even when it may be excellent the victory may depend upon some occurrence like the rupture of the bridges over the Danube at Essling. Neither will victories be necessarily gained or lost by rigid adherence to or rejection of this or that manner of forming troops for battle. These truths need not lead to the conclusion that there can be no sound rules in war, the observance of which, the chances being equal, will lead to success. It is true that theories cannot teach men with mathematical precision what they should do in every possible case, but it is also certain that they will always point out the errors which should be avoided, and this is a highly important consideration, for these rules thus become, in the hands of skillful generals commanding brave troops, means of almost certain success. The correctness of this statement cannot be denied, and it only remains to be able to discriminate between good rules and bad. In this ability consists the whole of a man's genius for war. There are, however, leading principles which assist in obtaining this ability. Every maxim relating to war will be good if it indicates the employment of the greatest portion of the means of action at the decisive moment and place. In Chapter 3, I have specified all the strategic combinations which lead to such a result. As regards tactics, the principal thing to be attended to is the choice of the most suitable order of battle for the object in view. When we come to consider the action of masses on the field, the means to be used may be an opportune charge of cavalry, a strong battery put in position and unmasked at the proper moment, a column of infantry making a headlong charge, or a deployed division coolly and steadily pouring upon the enemy a fire, or they may consist of tactical maneuvers intended to threaten the enemy's flanks or rear, or any other maneuver calculated to diminish the confidence of the adversary. Each of these things may, in a particular case, be the cause of victory. To define the cases in which each should be preferred is simply impossible. If a general desires to be a successful actor in the great drama of war, his first duty is to study carefully the theater of operations, that he may see clearly the relative advantages and disadvantages it presents for himself and his enemies. This being done, he can understandingly proceed to prepare his base of operations, then to choose the most suitable zone of operations for his main efforts, and, in doing so, keep constantly before his mind the principles of the art of war relative to lines and fronts of operations. The offensive army should particularly endeavor to cut up the opposing army by skillfully selecting objective points of maneuver. It will then assume, as the objects of its subsequent undertakings, geographical points of more or less importance, depending upon its first successes. The defensive army, on the contrary, should endeavor, by all means, to neutralize the first forward movement of its adversary, protracting operations as long as possible while not compromising the fate of the war, and deferring a decisive battle until the time when a portion of the enemy's forces are either exhausted by labors, or scattered for the purpose of occupying invaded provinces, masking fortified places, covering sieges, protecting the line of operations, depots, and sea up to this point. Everything relates to a first plan of operations, but no plan can provide with certainty for that which is uncertain, always the character and the issue of the first conflict. If your lines of operations have been skillfully chosen and your movements well concealed, and if on the other hand your enemy makes false movements which permit you to fall on fractions of his army, you may be successful in your campaign, without fighting general battles, by the simple use of your strategic advantages. But if the two parties seem about equally matched at the time of conflict, there will result one of those stupendous tragedies like Borodino, Wagram, Waterloo, Bautzen, and Dresden, where the precepts of grand tactics, as indicated in the chapter on that subject, must have a powerful influence. If a few prejudiced military men, after reading this book and carefully studying the detailed and correct history of the campaigns of the great masters of the art of war, still contend that it has neither principles nor rules, I can only pity them, and reply, in the famous words of Frederick, that a mule which had made 20 campaigns under Prince Eugene would not be a better tactician than at the beginning. Correct theories, founded upon right principles, sustained by actual events of wars, and added to accurate military history, will form a true school of instruction for generals. If these means do not produce great men, they will at least produce generals of sufficient skill to take rank next after the natural masters of the art of war. Footnotes 51. The well-known Spanish proverb, "He was brave on such a day," may be applied to nations as to individuals. The French at Rossbach were not the same people as at Jena, nor the Prussians at Prenzlau as at Dennewitz. 52. The unskillful conduct of a subordinate who is incapable of understanding the merit of a maneuver which has been ordered, and who will commit grave faults in its execution, may produce the same result of causing the failure of the plans of an excellent commander. Supplement to the Summary of the Art of War. My Summary of the Art of War, published in 1836, to assist in the military instruction of the hereditary Grand Duke of Russia, contained a concluding article that was never printed. I deem it expedient to give it now in the form of a supplement, and add a special article upon the means of acquiring a certain and ready strategic coup d'oeil. It is essential for the reader of my summary to understand clearly that in the military science, as in every other, the study of details is easy for the man who has learned how to seize the fundamental features to which all others are secondary. I am about to attempt a development of these elements of the art, and my readers should endeavor to apprehend them clearly and to apply them properly. I cannot too often repeat that the theory of the great combinations of war is in itself very simple, and requires nothing more than ordinary intelligence and careful consideration. Notwithstanding its simplicity, many learned military men have difficulty in grasping it thoroughly. Their minds wander off to accessory details, in place of fixing themselves on first causes, and they go a long way in search of what is just within their reach if they only would think so. Two very different things must exist in a man to make him a general. He must know how to arrange a good plan of operations, and how to carry it to a successful termination. The first of these talents may be a natural gift, but it may also be acquired and developed by study. The second depends more on individual character, is rather a personal attribute, and cannot be created by study, although it may be improved. It is particularly necessary for a monarch or the head of a government to possess the first of these talents, because in such case, although he may not have the ability to execute, he can arrange plans of operations and decide correctly as to the excellence or defects of those submitted to him by others. He is thus enabled to estimate properly the capacity of his generals, and when he finds a general producing a good plan, and having firmness and coolness, such a man may be safely trusted with the command of an army. If, on the other hand, the head of a state is a man of executive ability, but not possessing the faculty of arranging wise military combinations, he will be likely to commit all the faults that have characterized the campaigns of many celebrated warriors who were only brave soldiers without being at all improved by study. From the principles which I have laid down, and their application to several famous campaigns, my readers will perceive that the theory of the great combinations of war may be summed up in the following truths. The science of strategy consists, in the first place, in knowing how to choose well a theater of war and to estimate correctly that of the enemy. To do this, a general must accustom himself to decide as to the importance of decisive points, which is not a difficult matter when he is aided by the hints I have given on the subject, particularly in articles from 18 to XXII. The art consists, next, in a proper employment of the troops upon the theater of operations, whether offensive or defensive. See Article 17. This employment of the forces should be regulated by two fundamental principles, the first being, to obtain by free and rapid movements the advantage of bringing the mass of the troops against fractions of the enemy, the second, to strike in the most decisive direction, that is to say, in that direction where the consequences of his defeat may be most disastrous to the enemy, while at the same time his success would yield him no great advantages. The whole science of great military combination is comprised in these two fundamental truths. Therefore, all movements that are disconnected or more extended than those of the enemy would be grave faults, so also would the occupation of a position that was too much cut up, or sending out a large detachment unnecessarily. On the contrary, every well-connected, compact system of operations would be wise, so also with central strategic lines, and every strategic position less extended than the enemy's. The application of these fundamental principles is also very simple. If you have 100 battalions against an equal number of the enemy's, you may, by their mobility and by taking the initiative, bring 80 of them to the decisive point while employing the remaining 20 to observe and deceive half of the opposing army. You will thus have 80 battalions against 50 at the point where the important contest is to take place. You will reach this point by rapid marches, by interior lines, or by a general movement toward one extremity of the hostile line. I have indicated the cases in which one or the other of these means is to be preferred. See pages 114 and following. In arranging a plan of operations, it is important to remember that a strategic theater, as well as every position occupied by an army, has a center and two extremities. A theater has usually three zones: a right, a left, and a central. In choosing a zone of operations, select one that will furnish a safe and advantageous base, 2, in which the least risk will be run by yourself, while the enemy will be most exposed to injury. 3. Bearing in mind the antecedent situations of the two parties, and 4. The dispositions and inclinations of the powers whose territories are near the theater of war. One of the zones will always be decidedly bad or dangerous, while the other two will be more or less suitable according to circumstances. The zone and base being fixed upon, the object of the first attempts must be selected. This is choosing an objective of operations. There are two very different kinds, some, that are called territorial or geographical objectives, refer simply to an enemy's line of defense which it is desired to get possession of, or a fortress or entrenched camp to be captured. The others, on the contrary, consist entirely in the destruction or disorganization of the enemy's forces, without giving attention to geographical points of any kind. This was the favorite objective of Napoleon. 53. I can profitably add nothing to what I have already written on this point, page 86, and, as the choice of the objective is by far the most important thing in a plan of operations, I recommend the whole of Article 19, pages 84 and following. The objective being determined upon, the army will move toward it by one or two lines of operations, care being taken to conform to the fundamental principle laid down, and to avoid double lines, unless the character of the theater of war makes it necessary to use them, or the enemy is very inferior either in the number or the quality of his troops. Article XXI treats this subject fully. If two geographical lines are used, it is essential to move the great mass of the forces along the most important of them, and to occupy the secondary line by detachments having a concentric direction, if possible, with the main body. The army, being on its way toward the objective, before arriving in presence of the enemy and giving battle, occupies daily or temporary strategic positions, the front it embraces, or that upon which the enemy may attack, is its front of operations. There is an important consideration with reference to the direction of the front of operations and to changes it may receive, which I have dwelt upon in Article XX, page 93. The fundamental principle requires, even when the forces are equal, that the front be less extensive than the enemy's, especially if the front remains unchanged for some time. If your strategic positions are more closely connected than the enemy's, you can concentrate more rapidly and more easily than he can, and in this way the fundamental principle will be applied. If your positions are interior and central, the enemy cannot concentrate except by passing by the mass of your divisions or by moving in a circle around them. He is then exactly in a condition not to be able to apply the fundamental principle, while it is your most obvious measure. But if you are very weak and the enemy very strong, a central position, that may be surrounded on all sides by forces superior at every point, is untenable, unless the enemy's corps are very far separated from each other, as was the case with the Allied armies in the 7 Years' War, or unless the central zone has a natural barrier on one or two of its sides, like the Rhine, the Danube, or the Alps, which would prevent the enemy from using his forces simultaneously. In case of great numerical inferiority it is, nevertheless, wiser to maneuver upon one of the extremities than upon the center of the enemy's line, especially if his masses are sufficiently near to be dangerous to you. It was stated above that strategy, besides indicating the decisive points of a theater of war, requires two things: 1st, that the principal mass of the force be moved against fractions of the enemy's, to attack them in succession; 2d, that the best direction of movement be adopted, that is to say, one leading straight to the decisive points already known, and afterward upon secondary points. To illustrate these immutable principles of strategy, I will give a sketch of the operations of the French at the close of 1793. See Plate 3. It will be recollected that the Allies had 10 principal corps on the frontier of France from the Rhine to the North Sea. The Duke of York was attacking Dunkirk. No. 1. Marshal Freytag was covering the siege. No. 2. The Prince of Orange was occupying an intermediate position at Menin. No. 3. The Prince of Coburg, with the main army, was attacking Maubeuge, and was guarding the space between that place and the Scheldt by strong detachments. No. 4. Clairfayt was covering the siege. No. 5. Benjisky was covering Charleroi and the Meuse, toward Thuin and Charleroi, the fortifications of which were being rebuilt. No. 6. Another corps was covering the Ardennes and Luxembourg. No. 7. The Prussians were besieging Landau. No. 8. The Duke of Brunswick was covering the siege in the Vosges. No. 9. General Wurmser was observing Strasbourg and the army of the Rhine. No. 10. The French, besides the detachments in front of each of the hostile corps, had 5 principal masses in the camps of Lille, Douai, Guise, Sarre-Louis, and Strasbourg, A, B, C, D, E. A strong reserve, G, composed of the best troops drawn from the camps of the northern frontier, was intended to be thrown upon all the points of the enemy's line in succession, assisted by the troops already in the neighborhood, I, K, L, M. This reserve, assisted by the divisions of the camp of Cassel near Dunkirk, commenced its operations by beating Corps 1 and 2, under the Duke of York, then that of the Dutch, No. 3, at Menin, next that of Clairfayt, 5, before Maubeuge, finally, joining the army of the Moselle towards Sarre-Louis, it beat the Duke of Brunswick in the Vosges, and, with the assistance of the army of the Rhine, F, drove Wurmser from the lines of Wissembourg. The general principle was certainly well applied, and every similar operation will be praiseworthy. But, as the Austrians composed half the Allied forces, and they had their lines of retreat from the points 4, 5, and 6 upon the Rhine, it is evident that if the French had collected 3 of their large corps in order to move them against Benjisky at Thuin, No. 6, and then fallen upon the Prince of Coburg's left by the Charleroi road, they would have thrown the Imperial army upon the North Sea, and would have obtained immense results. The Committee of Public Safety deemed it a matter of great importance that Dunkirk should not be permitted to fall into the hands of the English. Besides this, York's corps, encamped on the Downs, might be cut off and thrown upon the sea, and the disposable French masses for this object were at Douai, Lille, and Cassel, so that there were good reasons for commencing operations by attacking the English. The principal undertaking failed, because Houchard did not appreciate the strategic advantage he had, and did not know how to act on the line of retreat of the Anglo-Hanoverian army. He was guillotined, by way of punishment, although he saved Dunkirk, yet he failed to cut off the English as he might have done. It will be observed that this movement of the French reserve along the whole front was the cause of 5 victories, neither of which had decisive results, because the attacks were made in front, and because, when the cities were relieved, the Allied armies not being cut through, and the French reserve moving on to the different points in succession, none of the victories was pushed to its legitimate consequences. If the French had based themselves upon the 5 fortified towns on the Meuse, had collected 100,000 men by bold and rapid marches, had fallen upon the center of those separated corps, had crushed Benjisky, assailed the Prince of Coburg in his rear, beaten him, and pursued him vigorously as Napoleon pursued at Ratisbon, and as he wished to do at Ligny in 1815, the result would have been very different. I have mentioned this example, as it illustrates very well the 2 important points to be attended to in the strategic management of masses of troops, that is, their employment at different points in succession and at decisive points. 54 Every educated military man will be impressed by the truths adduced, and will be convinced that the excellence of maneuvers will depend upon their conforming to the principle already insisted upon, that is to say, the great part of the force must be moved against one wing or the center, according to the position of the enemy's masses. It is of importance in battles to calculate distances with still greater accuracy, for the results of movements on the battlefield following them more rapidly than in the case of strategic maneuvers. Every precaution must be taken to avoid exposing any part of the line to a dangerous attack from the enemy, especially if he is compactly drawn up. Add to these things calmness during the action, the ability to choose positions for fighting battles in the manner styled the defensive with offensive returns, art. XXX. The simultaneous employment of the forces in striking the decisive blow, see pages from 202 to 204. The faculty of arousing the soldiers and moving them forward at opportune moments, and we have mentioned everything which can assist, as far as the general is concerned, in assuring victories, and everything which will constitute him a skillful tactician. It is almost always easy to determine the decisive point of a field of battle, but not so with the decisive moment, and it is precisely here that genius and experience are everything, and mere theory of little value. It is important, also, to consider attentively Article XLII, which explains how a general may make a small number of suppositions as to what the enemy may or can do, and as to what course of conduct he shall himself pursue upon those hypotheses. He may thus accustom himself to be prepared for any eventuality. I must also call attention to Article XXVIII, upon great detachments. These are necessary evils, and, if not managed with great care, may prove ruinous to the best armies. The essential rules on this point are, to make as few detachments as possible, to have them readily movable, to draw them back to the main body as soon as practicable, and to give them good instructions for avoiding disasters. I have nothing to say relative to the first two chapters on military policy, for they are themselves nothing more than a brief summary of this part of the art of war, which chiefly concerns statesmen, but should be thoroughly understood by military men. I will, however, invite special attention to Article 14, relating to the command of armies or to the choice of generals-in-chief, a subject worthy the most anxious care upon the part of a wise government, for upon it often depends the safety of the nation. We may be confident that a good strategist will make a good chief of staff for an army, but for the command-in-chief is required a man of tried qualities, of high character and known energy. The united action of two such men as commander-in-chief and chief of staff, when a great captain of the first order cannot be had, may produce the most brilliant results. Footnotes 53. The objective may be in some degree political, especially in cases of wars of intervention in the affairs of another country, but it then really becomes geographical. 54. The operations mentioned show the advantage of employing masses at the decisive point, not because it was done in 1793, but because it was not done. If Napoleon had been in Carnot's place, he would have fallen with all his force upon Charleroi, whence he would have attacked the left of the Prince of Coburg and cut his line of retreat. Let anyone compare the results of Carnot's half-skillful operations with the wise maneuvers of Saint Bernard and Jena, and be convinced. Note upon the means of acquiring a good strategic coup d'oeil. The study of the principles of strategy can produce no valuable practical results if we do nothing more than keep them in remembrance, never trying to apply them, with map in hand, to hypothetical wars, or to the brilliant operations of great captains. By such exercises may be procured a rapid and certain strategic coup d'oeil, the most valuable characteristic of a good general, without which he can never put in practice the finest theories in the world. When a military man who is a student of his art has become fully impressed by the advantages procured by moving a strong mass against successive fractions of the enemy's force, and particularly when he recognizes the importance of constantly directing the main efforts upon decisive points of the theater of operations, he will naturally desire to be able to perceive at a glance what are these decisive points. I have already, in Chapter 3, page 70, of the preceding summary, indicated the simple means by which this knowledge may be obtained. There is, in fact, one truth of remarkable simplicity which obtains in all the combinations of a methodical war. It is this: in every position a general may occupy, he has only to decide whether to operate by the right, by the left, or by the front. To be convinced of the correctness of this assertion, let us first take this general in his private office at the opening of the war. His first care will be to choose that zone of operations which will give him the greatest number of chances of success and be the least dangerous for him in case of reverse. As no theater of operations can have more than 3 zones, that of the right, that of the center, and that of the left, and as I have in articles from 17 to XXII pointed out the manner of perceiving the advantages and dangers of these zones, the choice of a zone of operations will be a matter of no difficulty. When the general has finally chosen a zone within which to operate with the principal portion of his forces, and when these forces shall be established in that zone, the army will have a front of operations toward the hostile army, which will also have one. Now, these fronts of operations will each have its right, left, and center. It only remains, then, for the general to decide upon which of these directions he can injure the enemy most, for this will always be the best, especially if he can move upon it without endangering his own communications. I have dwelt upon this point also in the preceding summary. Finally, when the two armies are in presence of each other upon the field of battle where the decisive collision is to ensue, and are upon the point of coming to blows, they will each have a right, left, and center, and it remains for the general to decide still between these 3 directions of striking. Let us take, as an illustration of the truths I have mentioned, the theater of operations, already referred to, between the Rhine and the North Sea. See Fig. 39. Although this theater presents, in one point of view, 4 geographical sections, viz., the space between the Rhine and the Moselle, that between the Moselle and the Meuse, that between the Meuse and the Scheldt, and that between the last river and the sea, it is nevertheless true that an army of which AA is the base and BB the front of operations will have only 3 general directions to choose from, for the 2 spaces in the center will form a single central zone, as it will always have. One on the right and another on the left. Fig. 39. The army BB, wishing to take the offensive against the army CC, whose base was the Rhine, would have 3 directions in which to operate. If it maneuvered by the extreme right, descending the Moselle, toward D, it would evidently threaten the enemy's line of retreat toward the Rhine, but he, concentrating the mass of his forces toward Luxembourg, might fall upon the left of the army D and compel it to change front and fight a battle with its rear toward the Rhine, causing its ruin if seriously defeated. If, on the contrary, the army B wished to make its greatest effort upon the left, toward E, in order to take advantage of the finely fortified towns of Lille and Valenciennes, it would be exposed to inconveniences still more serious than before. For the army CC, concentrating in force toward Audenarde, might fall on the right of B, and, outflanking this wing in the battle, might throw it upon the impassable country toward Antwerp between the Scheldt and the sea, where there would remain but 2 things for it to do, either to surrender at discretion, or cut its way through the enemy at the sacrifice of half its numbers. It appears evident, therefore, that the left zone would be the most disadvantageous for Army B, and the right zone would be inconvenient, although somewhat favorable in a certain point of view. The central zone remains to be examined. This is found to possess all desirable advantages, because the Army B might move the mass of its force toward Charleroi with a view of cutting through the immense front of operations of the enemy, might overwhelm his center, and drive the right back upon Antwerp and the lower Scheldt, without seriously exposing its own communications. When the forces are chiefly concentrated upon the most favorable zone, they should, of course, have that direction of movement toward the enemy's front of operations which is in harmony with the chief object in view. For example, if you shall have operated by your right against the enemy's left, with the intention of cutting off the greater portion of his army from its base of the Rhine, you should certainly continue to operate in the same direction, for if you should make your greatest effort against the right of the enemy's front, while your plan was to gain an advantage over his left, your operations could not result as you anticipated, no matter how well they might be executed. If, on the contrary, you had decided to take the left zone, with the intention of crowding the enemy back upon the sea, you ought constantly to maneuver by your right in order to accomplish your object, for if you maneuvered by the left, yourself and not the enemy would be the party thrown back upon the sea in case of a reverse. Applying these ideas to the theaters of the campaigns of Marengo, Ulm, and Jena, we find the same three zones, with this difference, that in those campaigns the central direction was not the best. In 1800, the direction of the left led straight to the left bank of the Po, on the line of retreat of Malaz. In 1805, the left zone was the one which led by the way of Donauwörth to the extreme right, and the line of retreat of Mack. In 1806, however, Napoleon could reach the Prussian line of retreat by the right zone, filing off from Bamberg toward Gera. In 1800, Napoleon had to choose between a line of operations on the right, leading to the seashore toward Nice and Savona, that of the center, leading by Montcenis toward Turin, and that of the left, leading to the line of communications of Malaz, by way of St. Bernard or the Simplon. The first two directions had nothing in their favor, and the right might have been very dangerous as, in fact, it proved to Messina, who was forced back to Genoa and there besieged. The decisive direction was evidently that by the left. I have said enough to explain my ideas on this point. The subject of battles is somewhat more complicated, for in the arrangements for these there are both strategical and tactical considerations to be taken into account and harmonized. A position for battle, being necessarily connected with the line of retreat and the base of operations, must have a well-defined strategic direction, but this direction must also depend somewhat upon the character of the ground and the stations of the troops of both parties to the engagement. These are tactical considerations. Although an army usually takes such a position for a battle as will keep its line of retreat behind it, sometimes it is obliged to assume a position parallel to this line. In such a case it is evident that if you fall with overwhelming force upon the wing nearest the line of retreat, the enemy may be cut off or destroyed, or, at least, have no other chance of escape than in forcing his way through your line. I will here mention as illustrations the celebrated Battle of Leuthen in 1757, of which I have given an account in the History of Frederick's Wars, and the famous days of Krasnoy, in the retreat from Moscow in 1812. Fig. 40. The annexed figure, 40, explains the combination at Krasnoy. The line AA is Napoleon's line of retreat toward C. He took the position BB to cover his line. It is evident that the principal mass of Kutuzov's army DD should have moved to EE in order to fall on the right of the French, whose army would have been certainly destroyed if it had been anticipated at C, for everybody knows in what a state it was while thus 1,500 miles from its true base. There was the same combination at Gemmapes, where Dumouriez, by outflanking the Austrian left, instead of attacking their right, would have entirely cut them off from the Rhine. At the Battle of Leuthen Frederick overwhelmed the Austrian left, which was in the direction of their line of retreat, and for this reason the right wing was obliged to take refuge in Breslau, where it capitulated a few days later. In such cases there is no cause for hesitation. The decisive point is that wing of the enemy which is nearest his line of retreat, and this line you must seize while protecting your own. When an enemy has one or two lines of retreat perpendicular to and behind his position of battle, it will generally be best to attack the center, or that wing where the obstacles of the ground shall be the least favorable for the defense, for in such a case the first consideration is to gain the battle, without having in view the total destruction of the enemy. That depends upon the relative numerical strength, the morale of the two armies, and other circumstances, with reference to which no fixed rules can be laid down. Finally, it happens sometimes that an army succeeds in seizing the enemy's line of retreat before fighting a battle, as Napoleon did at Marengo, Ulm, and Jena. The decisive point having in such case been secured by skillful marches before fighting, it only remains to prevent the enemy from forcing his way through your line. You can do nothing better than fight a parallel battle, as there is no reason for maneuvering against one wing more than the other. But for the enemy who is thus cut off, the case is very different. He should certainly strike most heavily in the direction of that wing where he can hope most speedily to regain his proper line of retreat, and if he throws the mass of his forces there, he may save at least a large portion of them. All that he has to do is to determine whether this decisive effort shall be toward the right or the left. It is proper for me to remark that the passage of a great river in the presence of a hostile army is sometimes an exceptional case to which the general rules will not apply. In these operations, which are of an exceedingly delicate character, the essential thing is to keep the bridges safe. If, after effecting the passage, a general should throw the mass of his forces toward the right or the left with a view of taking possession of some decisive point, or of driving his enemy back upon the river, whilst the latter was collecting all his forces in another direction to seize the bridges, the former army might be in a very critical condition in case of a reverse befalling it. The Battle of Wagram is an excellent example in point as good, indeed, as could be desired. I have treated the subject in article XXXVII, pages 224 and following. A military man who clearly perceives the importance of the truths that have been stated will succeed in acquiring a rapid and accurate coup d'œil. It will be admitted, moreover, that a general who estimates them at their true value, and accustoms himself to their use, either in reading military history, or in hypothetical cases on maps, will seldom be in doubt, in real campaigns, what he ought to do, and even when his enemy attempts sudden and unexpected movements, he will always be ready with suitable measures for counteracting them, by constantly bearing in mind the few simple fundamental principles which should regulate all the operations of war. Heaven forbid that I should pretend to lessen the dignity of the sublime art of war by reducing it to such simple elements. I appreciate thoroughly the difference between the directing principles of combinations arranged in the quiet of the closet, and that special talent which is indispensable to the individual who has, amidst the noise and confusion of battle, to keep 100,000 men cooperating toward the attainment of one single object. I know well what should be the character and talents of the general who has to make such masses move as one man, to engage them at the proper point simultaneously and at the proper moment, to keep them supplied with arms, provisions, clothing, and munitions. Still, although this special talent, to which I have referred, is indispensable, it must be granted that the ability to give wise direction to masses upon the best strategic points of a theater of operations is the most sublime characteristic of a great captain. How many brave armies, under the command of leaders who were also brave and possessed executive ability, have lost not only battles, but even empires, because they were moved imprudently in one direction when they should have gone in the other. Numerous examples might be mentioned, but I will refer only to Ligny, Waterloo, Bautzen, Denewitz, Leuthen. I will say no more, for I could only repeat what has already been said. To relieve myself in advance of the blame which will be ascribed to me for attaching too much importance to the application of the few maxims laid down in my writings, I will repeat what I was the first to announce, that war is not an exact science, but a drama full of passion, that the moral qualities, the talents, the executive foresight and ability, the greatness of character, of the leaders, and the impulses, sympathies, and passions of the masses, have a great influence upon it. I may be permitted also, after having written the detailed history of 30 campaigns and assisted in person in 12 of the most celebrated of them, to declare that I have not found a single case where these principles, correctly applied, did not lead to success. As to the special executive ability and the well-balanced penetrating mind which distinguish the practical man from the one who knows only what others teach him, I confess that no book can introduce those things into a head where the germ does not previously exist by nature. I have seen many generals marshals, even attain a certain degree of reputation by talking largely of principles which they conceived incorrectly in theory and could not apply at all. I have seen these men entrusted with the supreme command of armies, and make the most extravagant plans, because they were totally deficient in good judgment and were filled with inordinate self-conceit. My works are not intended for such misguided persons as these, but my desire has been to facilitate the study of the art of war for careful, inquiring minds, by pointing out directing principles. Taking this view, I claim credit for having rendered valuable service to those officers who are really desirous of gaining distinction in the profession of arms. Finally, I will conclude this short summary with one last truth. The first of all the requisites for a man's success as a leader is, that he be perfectly brave. When a general is animated by a truly martial spirit and can communicate it to his soldiers, he may commit faults, but he will gain victories and secure deserved laurels. Second appendix to the summary of the art of war. On the formation of troops for battle. Happening to be in Paris, near the end of 1851, a distinguished person did me the honor to ask my opinion as to whether recent improvements in firearms would cause any great modifications in the manner of making war. I replied that they would probably have an influence upon the details of tactics, but that, in great strategic operations and the grand combinations of battles, victory would, now as ever, result from the application of the principles which had led to the success of great generals in all ages, of Alexander and Caesar as well as of Frederick and Napoleon. My illustrious interlocutor seemed to be completely of my opinion. The heroic events which have recently occurred near Sebastopol have not produced the slightest change in my opinion. This gigantic contest between two vast entrenched camps, occupied by entire armies and mounting 2,000 guns of the largest caliber, is an event without precedent, which will have no equal in the future, for the circumstances which produced it cannot occur again. Moreover, this contest of cannon with ramparts, bearing no resemblance to regular pitched battles fought in the center of a continent, cannot influence in any respect the great combinations of war, nor even the tactics of battles. The bloody battles of the Alma and Inkerman, by giving evidence of the murderous effect of the new firearms, naturally led me to investigate the changes which it might be necessary to make on this account in the tactics for infantry. I shall endeavor to fulfill this task in a few words, in order to complete what was published on this point 20 years ago in the Summary of the Art of War. The important question of the influence of musketry fire in battles is not new. It dates from the reign of Frederick the Great, and particularly from the Battle of Malwitz, which he gained, it was said, because his infantry soldiers, by the use of cylindrical rammers in loading their muskets, were able to fire 3 shots per minute more than their enemies 55. The discussion which arose at this epoch between the partisans of the shallow and deep orders of formation for troops is known to all military students. The system of deployed lines in 3 ranks was adopted for the infantry, the cavalry, formed in 2 ranks, and in the order of battle, was deployed upon the wings, or a part was held in reserve. The celebrated regulation for maneuvers of 1791 fixed the deployed as the only order for battle, It seemed to admit the use of battalion columns doubled on the center only in partial combats such as an attack upon an isolated post, a village, a forest, or small entrenchments. 56 The insufficient instruction in maneuvers of the troops of the Republic forced the generals, who were poor tacticians, to employ in battle the system of columns supported by numerous skirmishers. Besides this, the nature of the countries which formed the theaters of operations, the Vosges, Alps, Pyrenees, and the difficult country of La Vendée, rendered this the only appropriate system. How would it have been possible to attack the camps of Saorgeau, Figueras, and Montcenis with deployed regiments? In Napoleon's time, the French generally used the system of columns, as they were nearly always the assailants. In 1807, I published, at Glogau in Silesia, a small pamphlet with the title of Summary of the General Principles of the Art of War, in which I proposed to admit for the attack the system of lines formed of columns of battalions by divisions of 2 companies, in other words, to march to the attack in lines of battalions closed in mass or at half distance, preceded by numerous skirmishers, and the columns being separated by intervals that may vary between that necessary for the deployment of a battalion and the minimum of the front of one column. What I had recently seen in the campaigns of Ulm, Austerlitz, Jena, and Eylau had convinced me of the difficulty, if not the impossibility, of marching an army in deployed lines in either 2 or 3 ranks, to attack an enemy in position. It was this conviction which led me to publish the pamphlet above referred to. This work attracted some attention, not only on account of the treatise on strategy, but also on account of what was said on tactics. The successes gained by Wellington in Spain and at Waterloo with troops deployed in lines of 2 ranks were generally attributed to the murderous effect of the infantry fire, and created doubt in some minds as to the propriety of the use of small columns, but it was not till after 1815 that the controversies on the best formation for battle were renewed by the appearance of a pamphlet by the Marquis of Chambray. In these discussions, I remarked the fatal tendency of the clearest minds to reduce every system of war to absolute forms, and to cast in the same mold all the tactical combinations a general may arrange, without taking into consideration localities, moral circumstances, national characteristics, or the abilities of the commanders. I had proposed to use lines of small columns, especially in the attack. I never intended to make it an exclusive system, particularly for the defense. I had 2 opportunities of being convinced that this formation was approved of by the greatest generals of our times. The first was at the Congress of Vienna, in the latter part of 1814, the Archduke Charles observed that he was under great obligations for the summary I had published in 1807, which General Walmoden had brought to him in 1808 from Silesia. At the beginning of the War of 1809, the Prince had not thought it possible to apply the formation which I had proposed, but at the Battle of Essling the contracted space of the field induced him to form a part of his army in columns by battalions, the Landwehr particularly, and they resisted admirably the furious charges of the cuirassiers of General d'Espagny, which, in the opinion of the Archduke, they could not have done if they had been deployed. At the Battle of Wagram, the greater part of the Austrian line was formed in the same way as at Essling, and after 2 days of terrible fighting the Archduke abandoned the field of battle, not because his army was badly beaten, but because his left was outflanked and thrown back so as to endanger his line of retreat on Hungary. The Prince was satisfied that the firm bearing of his troops was in part due to this mixture of small columns with deployed battalions. The second witness is Wellington, although his evidence is, apparently, not so conclusive. Having been presented to him at the Congress of Verona in 1823, I had occasion to speak to him on the subject of the controversies to which his system of formation for battle, a system to which a great part of his success had been attributed, had given rise. He remarked that he was convinced the manner of the attack of the French upon him, in columns more or less deep, was very dangerous against a solid, well-armed infantry having confidence in its fire and well supported by artillery and cavalry. I observed to the Duke that these deep columns were very different from the small columns which I proposed, a formation which ensures in the attack steadiness, force, and mobility, while deep masses afford no greater mobility and force than a deployed line, and are very much more exposed to the ravages of artillery. I asked the illustrious general if at Waterloo he had not formed the Hanoverian, Brunswick, and Belgian troops in columns by battalions. He answered, yes, because I could not depend upon them so well as upon the English. I replied that this admission proved that he thought a line formed of columns by battalions was more firm than long deployed lines. He replied, they are certainly good, also, but their use always depends upon the localities and the spirit of the troops. A general cannot act in the same manner under all circumstances. To this illustrious evidence I might add that Napoleon himself, in the campaign of 1813, prescribed for the attack the formation of the infantry in columns by divisions of 2 companies in 2 ranks, as the most suitable, which was identically what I had proposed in 1807. The Duke of Wellington also admitted that the French columns at Waterloo, particularly those of their right wing, were not small columns of battalions, but enormous masses, much more unwieldy and much deeper. If we can believe the Prussian accounts and plans of the battle, it would seem that Ney's 4 divisions were formed in but 4 columns, at least in their march to the attack of La Haye Sainte and the line extending from this farm to the Pape Loti. I was not present, but several officers have assured me that at one time the troops were formed in columns by divisions of 2 brigades each, the battalions being deployed behind each other at 6 paces interval. This circumstance demonstrates how much is wanting in the military terms of the French. We give the same name of division to masses of 4 regiments and to fractions of a battalion of 2 companies each, which is absurd. Let us suppose, for example, that Napoleon had directed on the 18th of June, 1815, the formation of the line in columns by divisions and by battalions, intending that the regulation of 1813 should be followed. His lieutenants might naturally have understood it very differently, and, according to their interpretation of the order, would have executed one of the following formations. 1. Either the 4 divisions of the right wing would have been formed in 4 large masses, each one of 8 or 12 battalions, according to the strength of the regiments, as is indicated in this figure for 8 battalions 57-2. Or each division would have been formed in 8 or 12 columns of battalions by divisions of 2 platoons or companies, according to the system I have proposed, as in this figure, viz. I do not mean to assert positively that this confusion of words led to the deep masses at Waterloo, but it might have done so, and it is important that in every language there should be 2 different terms to express 2 such different things as a division of 12 battalions and a division of a quarter of a battalion. Struck with what precedes, I thought it proper to modify my summary already referred to, which was too concise, and in my revision of it I devoted a chapter to the discussion of the advantages and disadvantages of the different formations for battle. I also added some considerations relative to a mixed system used at Eylau by General Benningsen, which consisted in forming a regiment of 3 battalions by deploying the central one, the other 2 being in column on the wings. After these discussions, I drew the conclusions: 1. That Wellington's system was certainly good for the defensive. 2. That the system of Benningsen might, according to circumstances, be as good for the offensive as for the defensive, since it was successfully used by Napoleon at the passage of the Tagliamento. 3. That the most skillful tactician would experience great difficulty in marching 40 or 50 deployed battalions in 2 or 3 ranks over an interval of 12 or 1500 yards, preserving sufficient order to attack an enemy in position with any chance of success, the front all the while being played upon by artillery and musketry. I have never seen anything of the kind in my experience. I regard it as impossible, and am convinced that such a line could not advance to the attack in sufficiently good order to have the force necessary for success. Napoleon was in the habit of addressing his marshals in these terms: take your troops up in good order, and make a vigorous assault upon the enemy. I ask, what means is there of carrying up to the assault of an enemy 40 or 50 deployed battalions as a whole in good order? They will reach the enemy in detachments disconnected from each other, and the commander cannot exercise any control over the mass as a whole. I saw nothing of this kind either at Ulm, Jena, Eylau, Bautzen, Dresden, Kulm, or Leipzig, neither did it occur at Austerlitz, Friedland, Katzbach, or Dennewitz. I am not aware that Wellington, in any of his battles, ever marched in deployed lines to the attack of an enemy in position. He generally awaited the attack. At Vittoria and Toulouse he gained the victory by maneuvers against the flanks, and at Toulouse Soult's right wing was beaten while descending the heights to attack. Even at Waterloo, what fate would have befallen the English army if, leaving the plateau of Mont Saint-Jean, it had marched in deployed order to attack Napoleon in position on the heights of La Belle Alliance? I will be pardoned for these recapitulations, as they seem to be necessary to the solution of a question which has arisen since my summary of the art of war was written. Some German generals, recognizing fully the advantages derived in 1813 from the system of columns of battalions, have endeavored to add to its value by dividing up the columns and increasing their number, so as to make them more shallow and to facilitate their deployment. With this view, they propose, instead of forming 4 divisions or companies one behind the other, to place them beside each other, not deployed, but in small columns. That is, if the battalion consists of 4 companies of 240 men each company is to be divided into 4 sections of 60 each. One of these sections will be dispersed as skirmishers, and the other 3, in 2 ranks, will form a small column, so that the battalion, instead of forming 1 column, will form 4, and the regiment of 3 battalions will form 12 small columns instead of 3. It is certain that it would be easier to march such a line against the enemy than if deployed, but these diminutive columns of 60 skirmishers and 180 men in the ranks would never present the same order and solidity as a single column of a battalion. Still, as the system has some advantages, it deserves a trial, and, indeed, it has already been practiced in Prussia and Austria. The same formation applies equally to battalions of 6 or 8 companies. In this case the battalion would not be formed by companies, but by divisions of 2 companies, that is, in 3 or 4 columns, according to the number of companies. 2 serious inconveniences appear to me to attach to each of these formations. If vigorously charged by cavalry, these small subdivisions would be in great danger, and even in attacking the enemy's line, if driven back and pursued, disorder would be more likely to occur than in the columns of battalions. Still, either of them may be employed, according to circumstances, localities, and the morale of the troops. Experience alone can assign to each its proper value. I am not aware whether the Austrians applied these columns of companies at Custozza and Novara, or whether these maneuvers have only been practiced in their camps of instruction. Be that as it may, there is another not less important question to be considered: will the adoption of the rifled small arms and improved balls bring about any important changes in the formation for battle and the now recognized principles of tactics? If these arms aided the Allies at the Alma and Inkerman, it was because the Russians were not provided with them, and it must not be forgotten that in a year or 2 all armies will alike be furnished with them, so that in future the advantage will not be confined to one side. What change will it make in tactics? Will whole armies be deployed as skirmishers, or will it not still be necessary to preserve either the formation of lines deployed in 2 or 3 ranks, or lines of battalions in columns? Will battles become mere duels with the rifle, where the parties will fire upon each other, without maneuvering, until one or the other shall retreat or be destroyed? What military man will reply in the affirmative? It follows, therefore, that, to decide battles, maneuvers are necessary, and victory will fall to the general who maneuvers most skillfully, and he cannot maneuver except with deployed lines or lines of columns of battalions, either whole or subdivided into columns of 1 or 2 companies. To attempt to prescribe by regulation under what circumstances either of these systems is to be applied would be absurd. If a general and an army can be found such that he can march upon the enemy in a deployed line of 40 or 50 battalions, then let the shallow order be adopted, and the formation in columns be confined to the attack of isolated posts, but I freely confess that I would never accept the command of an army under this condition. The only point for a regulation for the formation for battle is to forbid the use of very deep columns, because they are heavy, and difficult to move and to keep in order. Besides, they are so much exposed to artillery that their destruction seems inevitable, and their great depth does not increase in any respect their chances of success. If the organization of an army were left to me, I would adopt for infantry the formation in 2 ranks, and a regimental organization according with the formation for battle. I would then make each regiment of infantry to consist of 3 battalions and a depot. Each battalion should consist of 6 companies, so that when in column by division the depth would be 3 divisions or 6 ranks. This formation seems most reasonable, whether it is desired to form the battalion in columns of attack by divisions on the center of each battalion, or on any other division. The columns of attack, since the depth is only 6 ranks, would not be so much exposed to the fire of artillery, but would still have the mobility necessary to take the troops up in good order and launch them upon the enemy with great force. The deployment of these small columns could be executed with great ease and promptitude, and for the forming of a square a column of 3 divisions in depth would be preferable in several respects to one of 4 or 6 divisions. In the Russian service each battalion consists of 4 companies of 250 men each company being as strong as a division in the French organization. The maneuver of double column on the center is not practicable, since the center is here merely an interval separating the 2nd and 3rd companies. Hence the column must be simple, not on the center, but on one of the 4 companies. Something analogous to the double column on the center would be attained by forming the 1st and 4th companies behind the 2nd and 3rd respectively, but then the formation would be in 2 lines rather than in column, and this is the reason why I would prefer the organization of the battalion in 6 companies or 3 divisions. By dividing each of the 4 companies into 2 platoons, making 8 in all, the formation of double column on the center might be made on the 4th and 5th platoons as the leading division, but then each division would be composed of 2 platoons belonging to different companies, so that each captain would have half of the men of his company under the command of another officer, and half of his own division would be made up of another company. Such an arrangement in the attack would be very inconvenient, for, as the captain is the real commander, father, and judge of the men of his own company, he can always obtain more from them in the way of duty than any stranger. In addition, if the double column should meet with a decided repulse, and it should be necessary to reform it in line, it would be difficult to prevent disorder, the platoons being obliged to run from one side to the other to find their companies. In the French system, where each battalion consists of 8 companies, forming as many platoons at drill, this objection does not exist, since each company is conducted by its own captain. It is true that there will be 2 captains of companies in each division, but this will be rather an advantage than the reverse, since there will be a rivalry and emulation between the 2 captains and their men, which will lead to greater display of bravery. Besides, if necessary, the senior captain is there, to command the division as a whole. It is time to leave these secondary details and return to the important question at issue. Since I have alluded to the system adopted by Wellington, it is proper to explain it so that it can be estimated at its true value in the light of historical events. In Spain and Portugal, particularly, Wellington had under his command a mass of troops of the country, in which he placed but little confidence in regular formation in a pitched battle, on account of their want of instruction and discipline, but which were animated by a lively hatred of the French and formed bodies of skirmishers useful in harassing the enemy. Having learned by experience the effects of the fury and impetuosity of the French columns when led by such men as Massena and Ney, Wellington decided upon wise means of weakening this impetuosity and afterward securing a triumph over it. He chose positions difficult to approach, and covered all their avenues by swarms of Spanish and Portuguese riflemen, who were skilled in taking advantage of the inequalities of the ground. He placed a part of his artillery on the tactical crest of his position, and a part more to the rear, and riddled the advancing columns with a murderous artillery and musketry fire, while his excellent English infantry, sheltered from the fire, were posted 100 paces in rear of the crest, to await the arrival of these columns, and when the latter appeared on the summit, wearied, out of breath, decimated in numbers, they were received with a general discharge of artillery and musketry and immediately charged by the infantry with the bayonet. This system, which was perfectly rational and particularly applicable to Spain and Portugal, since he had there great numbers of this kind of troops and there was a great deal of rough ground upon which they could be useful as marksmen, needed some modifications to make it applicable to Belgium. At Waterloo the Duke took his position on a plateau with a gentle slope like a glacis, where his artillery had a magnificent field of fire, and where it produced a terrible effect. Both flanks of this plateau were well protected. Wellington, from the crest of the plateau, could discover the slightest movement in the French army, while his own were hidden, but, nevertheless, his system would not have prevented his losing the battle if a number of other circumstances had not come to his aid. Everyone knows more or less correctly the events of this terrible battle, which I have elsewhere impartially described. I demonstrated that its result was due neither to the musketry fire nor to the use of deployed lines by the English, but to the following accidental causes, viz. 1. To the mud, which rendered the progress of the French in the attack painful and slow, and caused their first attacks to be less effective, and prevented their being properly sustained by the artillery. 2. To the original formation of very deep columns on the part of the French, principally on the right wing. 3. To the want of unity in the employment of the three arms, the infantry and cavalry made a number of charges alternating with each other, but they were in no case simultaneous. 4. Finally and chiefly, to the unexpected arrival of the whole Prussian army at the decisive moment on the right flank, if not the rear, of the French. Every experienced military man will agree that, in spite of the mud and the firmness of the English infantry, if the mass of the French infantry had been thrown on the English in columns of battalions immediately after the great charge of cavalry, the combined army would have been broken and forced back on Antwerp. Independently of this, if the Prussians had not arrived, the English would have been compelled to retreat, and I maintain that this battle cannot justly be cited as proof of the superiority of musketry fire over well-directed attacks in columns. From all these discussions we may draw the following conclusions, viz. 1. That the improvements in firearms will not introduce any important change in the manner of taking troops into battle, but that it would be useful to introduce into the tactics of infantry the formation of columns by companies, and to have a numerous body of good riflemen or skirmishers, and to exercise the troops considerably in firing. Those armies which have whole regiments of light infantry may distribute them through the different brigades, but it would be preferable to detail sharpshooters alternately in each company as they are needed, which would be practicable when the troops are accustomed to firing. By this plan the light infantry regiments could be employed in the line with the others, and should the number of sharpshooters taken from the companies be at any time insufficient, they could be reinforced by a battalion of light infantry to each division. 2. That if Wellington's system of deployed lines and musketry fire be excellent for the defense, it would be difficult ever to employ it in an attack upon an enemy in position. 3. That, in spite of the improvements of firearms, two armies in a battle will not pass the day in firing at each other from a distance. It will always be necessary for one of them to advance to the attack of the other. 4. That, as this advance is necessary, success will depend, as formerly, upon the most skillful maneuvering according to the principles of grand tactics, which consist in this, viz., in knowing how to direct the great mass of the troops at the proper moment upon the decisive point of the battlefield, and in employing for this purpose the simultaneous action of the three arms. 5. That it would be difficult to add much to what has been said on this subject in chapters 4 and v, and that it would be unreasonable to define by regulation an absolute system of formation for battle. 6. That victory may with much certainty be expected by the party taking the offensive when the general in command possesses the talent of taking his troops into action in good order and of boldly attacking the enemy, adopting the system of formation best adapted to the ground, to the spirit and quality of his troops, and to his own character. Finally, I will terminate this article with the following remark, that war, far from being an exact science, is a terrible and impassioned drama, regulated, it is true, by 3 or 4 general principles, but also dependent for its results upon a number of moral and physical complications. Footnotes: 55. It is probable that Baron Jomini here refers to iron, instead of cylindrical, ramrods. Before 1730, all European troops used wooden ramrods, and the credit of the invention of iron ones is attributed by some to the Prince of Anhalt, and by others to Prince Leopold of Dessau. The Prussians were the first to adopt the iron ramrod, and at the date of the Battle of Malwitz, 1741, it had not been introduced into the Austrian service. Frederick did not adopt the cylindrical ramrod till 1777, 36 years after the Battle of Malwitz. The advantage of the cylindrical ramrod consisted in this, that the soldier in loading saved the time necessary to turn the ramrod, but obviously this small economy of time could never have enabled him to load 3 times while the enemy loaded once, all other things being equal. Translators. 56 columns by battalions closed in mass seemed only to be intended to use in long columns on the march, to keep them closed, in order to facilitate their deployment. 57. We suppose each regiment to consist of 2 battalions. If there should be 3 in each regiment, the deep column would then consist of 12 lines of either 24 or 36 ranks, while in the next figure there would be 12 battalions on the line instead of 8, the depth not being increased. Sketch of the principal maritime expeditions. I have thought it proper to give here an account of the principal maritime expeditions, to be taken in connection with maxims on descents. The naval forces of Egypt, Phoenicia, and Rhodes are the earliest mentioned in history, and of them the account is confused. The Persians conquered these nations, as well as Asia Minor, and became the most formidable power on both land and sea. About the same time the Carthaginians, who were masters of the coast of Mauritania, being invited by the inhabitants of Cadiz, passed the straits, colonized Boeotia, and took possession of the Balearic Isles and Sardinia, and finally made a descent on Sicily. The Greeks contended against the Persians with a success that could not have been expected, although no country was ever more favorably situated for a naval power than Greece, with her 50 islands and her great extent of coast. The merchant marine of Athens produced her prosperity, and gave her the naval power to which Greece was indebted for her independence. Her fleets, united with those of the islands, were, under Themistocles, the terror of the Persians and the rulers of the East. They never made grand descents, because their land forces were not in proportion to their naval strength. Had Greece been a united government instead of a confederation of republics, and had the navies of Athens, Syracuse, Corinth, and Sparta been combined instead of fighting among each other, it is probable that the Greeks would have conquered the world before the Romans. If we can believe the exaggerated traditions of the old Greek historians, the famous army of Xerxes had not less than 4,000 vessels, and this number is astonishing, even when we read the account of them by Herodotus. It is more difficult to believe that at the same time, and by a concerted movement, 5,000 other vessels landed 300,000 Carthaginians in Sicily, where they were totally defeated by Gelon on the same day that Themistocles destroyed the fleet of Xerxes at Salamis. 3 other expeditions, under Hannibal, Imilcan, and Hamilcar, carried into Sicily from 100 to 150,000 men. Agrigentum and Palermo were taken, Lilybaeum was founded, and Syracuse besieged twice. The third time Androcles, with 15,000 men, landed in Africa, and made Carthage tremble. This contest lasted 1 year and a half. Alexander the Great crossed the Hellespont with only 50,000 men, his naval force was only 160 sail, while the Persians had 400, and to save his fleet Alexander sent it back to Greece. After Alexander's death, his generals, who quarreled about the division of the empire, made no important naval expedition. Pyrrhus, invited by the inhabitants of Tarentum and aided by their fleet, landed in Italy with 26,000 infantry, 3,000 horses, and the first elephants which had been seen in Italy. This was 280 years before the Christian era. Conqueror of the Romans at Heraclea and Ascoli, it is difficult to understand why he should have gone to Sicily at the solicitation of the Syracusans to expel the Carthaginians. Recalled, after some success, by the Tarentines, he recrossed the straits, harassed by the Carthaginian fleet, then, reinforced by the Samnites or Calabrians, he, a little too late, concluded to march on Rome. He in turn was beaten and repulsed on Beneventum, when he returned to Epirus with 9,000 men, which was all that remained of his force. Carthage, which had been prospering for a long time, profited by the ruin of Tyre and the Persian Empire. The Punic Wars between Carthage and Rome, now the preponderating power in Italy, were the most celebrated in the maritime annals of antiquity. They were particularly